But okay. We made it. The Garlemald. Oh, why Linguini? Linguini just expired. We did that really big quest of infiltrating, which was really neat. But it's still, we're kind of with, like, not even B squad. We're like C squad. So most of the people, the important people here, I don't really know. Or remember. Or care about. So, it's an interesting spot we're in. But I am excited to see the actual Garlean stuff that's gonna happen around here. What ho, chums? Given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblin Rime for survivors. But wander out ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone. It'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. Like, this guy, I don't really remember who he is, other than, like, he's kind of useless. That's his character. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. I want to say... I know he's from Heavensward. Is he the true heir to the throne in Ishgard? But Aymeric, being the adopted son and the one that's actually competent and loved, isn't... He took the... No? Not thinking of the right guy? Then I know even less about him than I thought. I, with my little telescope, a massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an aether current? No, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it, that's a girl! Oh? A survivor? Show me. Over there behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Surely, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. Be long gone by the time we get anywhere near. We should be able to, but we should be able to follow her footprint. I'll let Lucia know where you're headed. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you, but won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Unless we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Let's see. Youngest of House Fortem. Was just kind of coasting on being a noble. Had some bits here and there. He became more capable. A fighter, more of an organizer. Did he even have a big part in Heavensward then? Because from that description, it sounds like he is literally, like, even if I super paid attention, he's still kind of like, why are you important right now? Oh, god damn it. Trail of fresh footprints leads east. Sea clouds, sea clouds. That's with the owl people, right? They ruins the peace between Ishgard and Gervania. Finger punched him in the face. Appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead toward the building. We're getting close, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been open in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Johnny Groove, what a name. I don't know, all in all, I'm just really hoping this squad of people isn't gonna remain very important. The girl in the green dress are seemingly in an important position as they are right now, because again, they just feel kind of. I don't care about any of them. If they nuked the entire thing and just the Scion survived, nothing would change to me. Except maybe Pippin. Pippin's neat. I like him. But I don't really care about anyone else who's with us right now. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. If we were to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It'd be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. The step friends are interesting. But they were, for me, they were introduced in a point of Stormblood where I was already over Stormblood. So, it's unfortunate. I feel like I would like them a lot more. But, Stormblood. So far, so good. The other guy just running and serpentining right next to her. Must be imagining things. Yep, definitely not stalking you. I like that there's other people here doing this because I'm just following where this guy hides. Like, all right, we're doing the same quest. They're way above me, or ahead of me rather. God, don't see me. 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 I don't want to fight you right now. A final spurt. Oh, okay. Sprinting all the way to this house, I guess. Out of sprints. Okay. It's like, please don't get too far away right at the end. It'd be really sad. There we go. That wasn't too bad. In one piece. Hello. Who are you? Point upside, who's your eternal minion? Her off the mark as soon as I left the free trial. Wait. How did you know about her from the free trial? Is she Stormblood? Did you watch the story in advance or something? Hey, back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Oh. Jesus. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino, and this is my sister Alice and our good friend Ravioli. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the one responsible for all this. You did this to us. Been watching it longer than I've been playing it. Alright, fair enough. We didn't, I promise you. For the other reasons we came to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telafori were the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who have been made their thralls. Poor souls are now in our care and are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telafori's influence? Are there any others like you? Sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? Lacinia. Okay. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night. And the roar, that terrible roar. Then the screams. Screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped and I stepped outside, or so I stepped outside. Your hells are real. I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Damn. You have family here. Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others, though. Wait here. Hi. Carly and friends. This is everyone. Lacinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place, and as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word? If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. put my firewood gathering skills to use. Do provide the sparkly little magic, Alice? You have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yeah, do as you will. Okay. Try up here, Pale if it eats, so I grab Red Mage. Red Mage, I messed with Red Mage a little bit last night, as far as, like, this update's concerned. Oh, man. That's one of the ones that, like, I knew about the changes, more so, because they were more, visibly discernible from the trailers, without, like, knowing the nitty-gritty, the changes. So nice. So very nice. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? I am MSQ, yeah, 82. Okay. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. How you doing, Kenny? Bro, she doesn't even own milk and cereal. That'd be a good occasion to make use of Emelanian's tinctures. Main Elaine. Yeah. So bad of it, like struggled to keep myself alive running around the battlefield. Really? I mean, it was definitely like it's the back and forth between casting and then rushing in, but had to learn to um, slide cast, which is fun to do. Which makes sure everyone gets one. And learning to slide cast as Red Mage has helped out with White Mage, and then presumably whenever I try out Summoner and Black Mage, also helped tremendously with that one. Here you go. Warming tincture, never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you... You're just... drinking coolant. Calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. But Machina still remains operational, cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ingens is full of that stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poisoned by chance? Was a joke, huh? If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fall. We are blessed, we are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery, caked in ashes as they shuffled mindlessly toward the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering, perhaps, to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. I wait for my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Damn. What do you want? I got Kool-Aid. A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you're from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distance. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amonis, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amonis. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. It is a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, that he speaks to us through our radios. That's normal. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yeah, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Now that's some copium right there. Granted, I suppose I'm trying to think. Did we see a dead body? We saw him get stabbed. But I don't think we saw a corpse. But, like, it was Xenos. Xenos doesn't leave people alive. Well, unless for plot reasons, I guess. I was about to say, thinking about all the times we fought Xenos in Stormblood, where he just wounded people and then walked away. I guess... I guess he does leave people alive. What's that? So this is what you gave the others? Thank you, I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Virgilia troops heading toward the what is Glacies or something? Glacies? Something that's not Glacies. A few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the... Please stop saying names. Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Zinnia, where is everyone? Frail voice. Still someone here? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I just an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then truly a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food. That's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? You only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to help to pay the tappers. You best watch out for baby Almasties while we're away. Yeah, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. Not that hidden. Especially with a map. Hidden pointing Tapper's Den. But you can see the cave entrance from across the way. I do love the giant castle looming in the background, though. Who goes there? How'd you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have been able to find us, bro. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shit. They've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. They think we'll give in to intimidation. They've got another thing coming. Bro. Am I dead yet? Well, you faded out, so I guess so. There you are. Hello? Oh. Just after you left, Lucinia asked me to go and catch up with you. In case you need a hand, someone must have let slip that I had a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So, this is a Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Wait, this guy's a horn. I don't think I've ever seen another Hrothgar with a horn before. It was very reminiscent of, Final Fantasy X guy, whose name I can't remember. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Specific face type to make it look like Ronzo. Is that available to players? Because I don't think I've ever seen it before. Yerabanya, Yanzia, Bolzja, Dalmasca, to name a few. Dragged here against our will, others fled bollocks about a better life. All put to work extracting ceruleum. You believe so? Huh. I'll give the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we, about the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulean Ingot. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. Though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. You can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And our knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. We're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. I wonder if when this expansion's over, we're gonna do like Garlemald restoration. Kind of like Doma and Ishgard. Be kind of neat, depending on how it's handled anyway. Regardless of what the Islabad contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life would have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it's for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, and their stories? They be forgotten too? Suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. People through restoration, you wanna fix this, give me... That's how Doma is. Doma is cash-based. I hold these silver pieces and just give them 20 grand every week. Because there's only a certain amount of money you can give them. And it resets every Tuesday. I just throw 20 grand and leave. You come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? Return to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. There we go. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. Also, she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, but thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them on our way. Send them our way, you hear? Okay. I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. My guess, we'll see, why keep her a secret is she's, like, partially affected, not fully turned. Maybe just kind of fighting off evil brainwaves. Paper 3 made it. After you took over, it was just do this work that benefits the people, make sure we live. Your personal funds, protect the sidewalk black, that give the same amount of cash and make it so faded. Oh. But you get to keep your cash, so... Yeah, love or money, exactly. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Oh. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. What the fuck? Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. Yet they fared rather worse than me. Can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness and you swoop in. Here to help, what rod hole a ploy to make us lower our guard? Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong, that's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later, we've got bigger problems. Found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licini was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where do they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of blinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. To invade our homeland, tainted with some sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupt by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. Is it getting us nowhere? I cannot say how Licini and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. Propaganda's a hell of a drug, yeah. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. It took the last half of the game, made it so that if you wanted to be the good guy, you needed to be a douche landlord, since that was the only way to make money. And even then, you could not get the best ending since you own property. Jesus. I never played Fable. I remember, like, maybe Fable 1, Fable 2 times during school. It was one of the games that, like, a lot of people always talked about. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come. Depending on how the Fable 4 turns out, whenever that comes out, maybe I'll give it a shot then, depending on how it looks. I've only ever seen, you know, there's just a CG trailer. I don't actually know the gameplay. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. And I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister across the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. That is a really big circle. Jesus. My friends love the Fable games. Legit, one of the reasons they listed was because you could fuck prostitutes and get STDs from it, and they thought that was funny. Fair enough. So I decided to stay away. Equally fair enough with that, yeah. It was a fun series for me. It's not held up in the long run. Oh, fresh blood. Jeez, that's a shitload of blood too. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount. The victim may have been severely wounded. Trail blood leads southeastward. Could also adopt children, kill them, then go get more from the same orphanage. In Fable 2. I feel like I remember, yeah, the people that I know that really, really were into Fable, it was Fable 2, because you could do anything. Almost GTA-like, but in a fantasy setting. But you actually had consequences. Two bodies are already cold. Well. Well, if they're actually dead, now it's gonna look like we killed them to the guys back at the mansion. I'm sure.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Wait, didn't someone joke about Tesleen
Safer to
too?
brave the wilds than trust in our magic.
Because this is, our new Tesleen. They gave her a name and everything, a cute character design. Killed her immediately.
We should have... I should have...
Heard about, yeah, you
We
need
can't
Hana
leave them
being
like this.
Tesleen too, but
We
yeah.
have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Damn, where'd you get the giant slabs, though?
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all.
Oh?
I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Oh, I guess, okay. More like gravelly dirt mounds. I thought they were giant stone slabs. It's like, damn. Finding and lugging those in the matter of like 5 minutes? Must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As For those inside the house, you should send someone to take care of them, someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. Hey, CJ with the 1 year. Thank you, CJ. Hope you're doing all right. Just linger here no more. Come. This not Yeti. Oh, I've done all the fates here. I don't care anymore. Odyssey and Alpha tell me they finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
The tempered Calafroy themselves.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines.
Burned it all down.
Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
I'm not
Indeed.
sure.
But before their accusation, while some
Oh,
were
fuck.
merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances.
I keep talking about this Nerva. I Google Final Fantasy 14 Nerva. The first thing I ask again, who is Lord Nerva? Like, it's not someone I recall. Is this like a background person? Do we ever see this person? They're saying, like, they're, I guess, the next in throne after Varus. With assumption that Xenos isn't around or whatever. And Nerva. Oh, that's just a random fucking character. Burying the 1 year knowing I paid off student loans? Oh, hell yeah, CJ. Yeah, I can't actually find, like, a good answer to it either, so... I guess it's background politics.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
Yes.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
Yeah.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I
Interesting.
see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans?
Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
How convenient.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let the 2? Yeah, I like that. What would your mom say if I let you go by yourself?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Okay. To be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves according. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thankerin in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Alright, Grumpy, let's go. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Me. Turn those off for now. I noticed there was something. 2 things popping up on the map. Alright, that's far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we may reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Ravioli. Ravioli. Where have I heard that before? I don't know. Can a Chef Boyardee, maybe? No matter, Alphino and Alice will watch the road ahead. He will bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run. Not saunter, run toward the station. Not saunter, run toward the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, then deals off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphino and Alice will then begin moving toward the destination. Don't fall behind. Got it. Ready to make a dash for the station? Yeah. Ravioli, my favorite food. Garlian specialty. We're running right through a fate. Wait. Don't hit me. Don't ruin everything. Alright. Station 4. Okay. Cat's just trying to trip him. Normal cat things, yeah. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good, it looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Ah. North of the station is Reggio d'Amore, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off, understood? A 84 Enhanced Arcane Crest. Grants Crest of Time return to self and nearby party members? Oh shit. Gradually restoring HP over time. This effect is only granted when the Crest of Time borrowed barrier is completely absorbed. Oh, wait. Okay. So I cast Crest of Time borrowed on myself for 10% max HP barrier, and when it pops, I do an AoE regen? That's pretty cool. I like that. From here, we'll be heading northeast. Keep to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. Troopers get a heal? Yes. A heal on a technically 30-second cooldown too. This shield resets pretty quickly. see why your comrades chose you. Doubtless, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. That's so. For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They are beyond saving. For those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Oh. Alright. Gotta love Reaper. It's so much fun. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. I'm assuming we are making our way to the Tertium. Getting that Aetherite soon, TM. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontation. Keep following the railway. Oh. Oh. These are extra tempered. Jesus. And with that Harvest Moon. Look at what they have become. Would you stand there and claim that they can be cured? Okay, well those guys can't be. Those exposed to a vast quantity of the Primal Aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Okay, but the others weren't physically twisted. Okay, it looks like we're heading down in here. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Hey, you're getting the cat 3 times in a row. Plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. You may be here as my guests. The others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive, over there.
These are their chosen representatives.
Oh.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
He's got a good beard.
First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
Wait, how old is the Garlean Empire? Because he said Solus and Varus. So is that... Solus was Emmett, right? Being the foundation of Garlemald. So their empire must not be that old? Unless Garleans live multiple hundreds of years? Because Varus looks old. But if he's the immediate succession after Solus, it can't be more than like 200 years old at most, right? I guess with Emmett planting the seeds, him being an Ashen, I'd assumed it'd been like thousands of years in the making. Or at least 8,000. But I guess not quite.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald?
Okay, because your unity is by conquering.
Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Jesus. Oh.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
I can take him. It's fine.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Well, we got like electric fence dog collars going on.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Okay.
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Oh, he knows. Interesting. I guess understandable that he would.
Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. Now, if he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
God, it's just that video of the guy getting tased. Like, I'll get you, bitch. Feeling absolutely nothing.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager thought, though it may be, must share the warmth of our fire. Sure, that one's poetic. Oh, it was a fucking hard... God damn it. That's why it's fucking poetic.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But let's see. Soul Source's grandfather. Garlemald's actually a small republic for years until Emmett/Solus turned it into an empire. Emmett specifically introduced magic to the Garlean. Good a chance against magic users. Ah, okay. But yeah, I guess I was just under the assumption that they've been around for a lot longer than they actually have. As for Lord Quintus's instructions, I'm to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. If you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I will be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coat and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Although it's somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wherever you so wish. Even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alice will pay the price. Can I touch this yet? Nope. Okay. You came with Julius, didn't you? I keep wanting to say Julius. Julius. Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. I immediately just tried to touch it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Ah. Interesting. So cold. The young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. Oh. Just gonna walk away. Hey, it's you, Ravioli Formuoli. I served under Lord Gaius in the 24th Legion. Fucking Roman numerals. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. And you survived? You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends. Swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. Bro, but what about the explosion? What about Ultima? How did you live that? Or 14, yeah, it was only 1x. Either way, fucking Roman numerals. Maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return. Until you get what you deserve, mark my words. The fact that you're alive in general is amazing. Radio is the same model as the one used in Victor's spoils. Perhaps that's what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face by the blood of our fallen compatriots. I swear I'll... Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, it would be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life. We made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, soldier in name alone. I cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. Nice speaking with you too. I was gonna say, hey, a mender. He ain't fixing shit for me. Did you learn anything of note? Your findings are consistent with my own. The plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? It was there in my eyes. I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies? Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him? Though we'd need to persuade Julius first. Well, seen enough. Julius, the people have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only getting worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. I don't recall what they're referring to. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Talaferoi. Then, he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its palace. in its place. We had identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much, and instructed them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare them for a combined assault on the Talaferoi. As our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills, then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. How do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lots are more trouble than you were. As we're outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Like, you're the enemy. Why are you being so nice? Stop that. I'm supposed to hate you. Oh, 83. We'll begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Solis, a park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. You like just pulling this out, casually using their Magitech in front of them for transportation. No big deal. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal space for children to play and adults to socialize. The park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Osgalvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Oh. Four places, okay. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play as shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other device that would be fueled by ceruleum. Map of Forum Solis. Looked like it was a cute park at one point. That map. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solis. The pond children's play area. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. cursory inspection of the wrecked magic armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. Children's slide. The contraption was built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Okay. Oh, it's you. Any luck? No sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over. Like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Stayed there if I didn't drag them out. They'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time when we'd get home, Oil would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. And it's still not frozen, so... With a ceruleum-powered heater by chance? Suppose it must have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. That was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. You can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is cold. Probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Ah. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it. But the first has a few foreign, signiferi and medici. So it doesn't scare me. And I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of earth fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. Hit him with a ver. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't gonna fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. The last thing we need is you catching up cold. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. They just drink all the pond water. That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while. And that's saying something considering who my brother is. I can't fault your enthusiasm, though. Let's do it my way first. And if that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method. With Alphino's help. Alright. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. Add injury to insult. The icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Yeah, I see people go into this one. Is this the correct one? Beneath the waters, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Yep. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. Ah, yes. A very visible ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost. as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Incredible. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. The fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an Uldan, because by fire I am reborn. Stop that. And my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth. For his contributions to the Empire, awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything... It's everything you can imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, sitting down for a hot meal with family, visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed, walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt, and the forgotten grass makes its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. I quite like this part. I mean, I figured, you know, if we're on Garlean territory, we would learn the Garlean plight firsthand. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machine. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time. That time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood? Let's get to work. Okay. According to the ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Ceruleum gauge of this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. After successfully removing the war machina's outer casing and retrieving the cerulean tank, you find it to be completely empty. Of course. Curve gauge of this unit appears to have been broken. Okay, well, I'll try it again. Completely empty. Damn it. Need more explosives. Not gonna fall. Yeah, okay. Fuel tank is empty. Fuel tank broken. There's gotta be something out here. You retrieve the war machina's cerulean tank to find it's still half full, or half empty, depending on one person's perspective. Either way, Jules will surely be pleased by your discovery. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? Here you go. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. Time we head back. Wait here while I go and see how Alisay and Alphino are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
What's up?
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
Savages, huh?
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
You're just gonna storm in anyway? Okay. Your plan.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alize are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Ah.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
Alright, so how long until Euless betrays everyone to help us? Half an hour, let's say we'll be fine. If I knew they'd not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there's something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. The task falls to Legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot matchdeck armor to your headquarters, or to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Isle for further details in those words. If you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. He said that. So, that's to be the way of it, after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory, Garlemald. Ooh, some shit is about to go down. What do you want with me? The Isle. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. Ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, will fulfill my duty. Have you done as instructed? What do you mean by ask the Isle? I'm not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this. You have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now, like it or not. We have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on our way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. I do really like Euless so far. No, don't turn. God damn it. Had to turn right as I was. Alright, come here. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
Damn.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
So cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varus at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varus and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Oh, it's so good. Estinian.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed.
Just a
I
bit.
propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Oh man, don't do anything dumb.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varus, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
But the music was just kicking off, man.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
We're waiting for the 10th to
Lies.
join them,
Every
but they have
word.
joined us instead.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Well. Yeah, Oopsie did something rash. Just a bit. God damn. I mean, it really drives home how fucking, like, stuck in their ways they are, but god damn. Much more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. What eye level are we up to? 525? Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were prepared for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. Reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, it would only incite panic. Perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Eulis back to the station. Have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling to or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino and Alice and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. We'll also have our other comrades in the area lend their support, should it be needed. Understood. Oh, got a probably quest for a thingy. Yeah, Aether Current. Fetch quest, as per usual. Thanks for getting to agree to my proposal. Used to work on Platform G, so I know more than most about the facility and its operation. Around technicality. Oh, so there's a guardian living with the guys in the cave. Okay. They just need supplies. Alright. Just go through this. All these Aether Current quests are pretty throwaway. Most regimes do. It makes something else non-human to make its people accept doing atrocious things to people. Yeah. I did really like that conversation between Alice and Alphino, especially with how often they just bicker and refuse to really say nice things to each other. But also made me, there was something they said about their father and Varus pretty much just being motivated by them, those that came before them, instead of kind of thinking for themselves in the present what would actually be best. Reminds me of Not nearly to the same degree, but one of my classmates in high school, we were both officers in our band, trumpet section, and one of the like best trumpet player to have ever hit our high school or whatever, her name was Brittany. When she graduated, our band director was like, "Are you gonna become the next Brittany?" And his name was Jimbo. Well, it was James, but everyone calls him Jimbo, himself included. He's like, "No, fuck that." To it, like, word for word, "I'm gonna become the next Jimbo. I'm not gonna live up to your standards of Brittany." I was like, that stuck with me for quite a while. And I like that. Not gonna live shadowed in the shadow of this other person. Brittany was great. She was really kind. She was really fun. And she was really, really good. But we ain't her. So don't expect us to be her. Is it inside a building? It's like, where the fuck? Insect ceruleum engines. Yep, there it is. Like a reverse break cycle, yeah. Give me the Aether Current. Okay. Back to story. Head way out there. Which I think that's the first Aether Current we've got here. Quest Aether Current, rather. Let's see. Yep. But them all being quests. Should be able to fly here by the end of this section, story-wise. Not that that would do me much good now that I have all 30, or 60 rather. I wish it was 30. 60 fates. Prison Jazz Band, and they got rid of it mid-freshman year. Damn. But also, yeah, like, damn, it was kind of deep. He was a fun one. Very openly gay. In Oklahoma, with very homophobic parents. Very much like, fuck you and what you think. I'm gonna do what I want. I'm gonna be myself. Loud and proud. Ravioli and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? Lord Quintus, he took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, No, he wouldn't. Tancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Him to guide us where I've just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of our refugees here to Camp Broken Glass. Should they be willing to accept our aid? Some would rather die. But most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. Need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Putting the perception of people called Jimbo on its head. Yeah? Oh no, there's someone here that plays cards? Oh no. Time to hate them too. It's only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it. Rebuild it ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you, please. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments. Now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Lathram is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Oh, so I can... Let's go. Teleporting. It's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning. All you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, but we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. But I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. Oh, that's Thancred. I thought that was Urianger. I didn't actually look at the name. I should come in handy, Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lominsan friends. I'd save it for the Tempered, though. Urianger, I think, is down over there, though. Mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Okay. Oh, there's another... Children are our failure. Oh. Okay. You know, a little boy with hair similar to shade to mine. Your son can't find him anywhere. I can't see shit. Oh, well, there he is. Another block street. Where are you? Oh, god damn it. I won't go to the enemy's camp. I'm going home. Just resume your search. Stop following me. What's with that music? Why are you always next to some fucking... God damn it. Another one of these. That... God fucking damn it. Let me kill this thing. Fucking stealth bullshit. Run, run. God, it's like I don't know where to hide now. God, you're going so slow, I don't know where to... Okay. Another enemy here. Gonna ruin everything, I'm sure. Bro, hurry the fuck up. Just let you die. Not allowed. It's part of the quest. Be my fucking Aether Current. What the fuck, man? There was an invisible fucking wall between those two that I didn't jump over. On. Blow fucking ass. You weren't even looking that way! That's why children should be illegal. Fucking hate children. Ugh. Now we wait 30 years for him to get far enough behind the pillar. Okay, he said gas was like, I swear to fucking God, if you somehow saw me through the pillar. Come on. Where? Okay, so this is where lost before. Oh, now you turn back around. Jesus Christ. I want to body slam this child. Fucking hell. What'd you expect to find? You said you were going home. Look around you. Thing really... Okay. Right. Almost dying, no big deal. Why do you care so much? I don't care anymore. I did it first. I tried. I no longer care about you at all. Give me my goddamn ether current and let me be on my way. All right. Jesus. All right, we gotta go clear 4 spots of enemies. Make a clear path for all the soldiers joining us at our camp. Curious how far we were along Act 2. We are almost done with Act 2, actually. Go away. You aggressive ass deer. All three of us are fighting the same thing. Well, that guy just dipped. He's like, no, I'm not helping. Rude. Always stay to help if someone's doing the same fight with me. Oh. Edgy, staring into his soul. Oh. That's on this path. What is that? It's probably a hunt. Yeah, not one I've seen. Giant snow tree. Neat. Standing at the... Of course you are. Okay. Well. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucy of our progress? Happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Ravioli, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What are refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That guy's name back there is Ketchup Packet. I love it. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. Do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participate in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugee, perfectly notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We'll tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that, had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished for it, with him. perhaps by taking his own life. He hoped to absolve them of any culpability, or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man nor his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. In from the cold. Assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask that you seek out Y'shtola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. I want to look at Ketchup Packet. You like super red? Some red hair. He's a Moogle fork as a weapon, though. I can respect that. Well, 2 more Aether Current quests popped up. Where does that put us? Let's see. Oh! We do those 2, and then the last one will come from main story quest. And then I can fly here. Well, this one gives me a bracelet coffer. Okay. Oh god, another child. Separated from a child. Oh yeah! Didn't they say the snow event or Christmas event is starting in a few days? Wonder if this is gonna make a return as an event reward. Because this amount is really good. You're just inside the snowman. You pop out like a Matryoshka doll. Commissary officer. Need supplies to Tapper's Den. Okay. Oh, I moused over Wind Up Alpha. Have you seen, or anyone in chat who has been playing, but mostly Lady, have you seen Alpha anywhere in the new areas? Have they made it this far? God damn it. Please don't hit any enemies. Go. Thank you. God, the kid chorus is way up here. Oh, but it's time to get angry at another person. How many cards does this person have? Please only say one. Worldly Imperial. Okay, just one. What rules do you play? All open. I don't understand how plus works. I've read it so many times. It's just like, okay. The cards are actually kind of scary. 2 A's on Varus? Oh my god. I don't like going first, like, ever. Flip that. Well, I can't take that now. Unless, like, plus rules or something. Oh, I was like, I'm just gonna put this here and maybe plus will work. It did. Triple team 2? What is that? Oh, I can't click it while another thing's open. Oh, it gave me Squall, Leonhard, okay, give. Defeat 30 unique NPCs at Triple Triad. Neat. Wonder if it's good enough to be thrown in here. Apparently, yeah. This one has 2 A's. Oh my. Okay. So, goddamn, I'm going first again. Though it replaced, I wonder if there's like a deck limit because it's fancy. You only have one of those at a time. Because it replaced Final Fantasy 15 Boyo, whatever his name was. Oh, that's a 9. Yeah. Fine. I flip that. And I should win. Have your card? No? Thank God I don't go first. Okay. But that was... Sure. Flip gives me a corner. Alright. Just to win. Are you gonna be like another... do I have to beat you 10 times? Like all the others? Please don't. Oh, now we're playing reverse? Oh. God, I hate reverse. Stop it! Well, this is gonna be a draw. Yep. Fucking reverse. Let's reverse again. Well, probably gonna lose this again. Please, stop. Don't reverse. Thank you. play defensively, I guess. Oh, cool. Well, this isn't going well. At all. Another drop. Fuck! I hate the random rules. I really do. Fallen ace, so I can put this here. Do that. Flip it. Go middle. Oh, you get the double. Cool. Cool. Like, am I gonna lose over it? Probably. Or it's gonna be a draw. Oh, no. Yep. Cool. This is going terribly now. Now we're getting somewhere. Like, I don't think there's any way he can win this. Can I have your card, though? Swap. Hey, I'll take Varus. All things to swap. Yes, please. So it is an 8 on both sides. Still pretty good. Can't do anything about that. I can flip him. He does flip this guy, though. But we still should win. Yep. Card? Nope. Order. Okay. Not a fan. Order can be okay sometimes. This is not one of those times. How doing, Clay? Oh my god, I can't do anything because of order. So yeah, it's gonna end in a draw. Ascension? Ooh. Okay. All of his cards are the same suit. I don't use suited cards. We probably lose this. Yeah, I can't fight that. I'm just gonna play wherever. Doesn't even matter. Please just free me from your prison. I hate you. Same. another one that's like, I don't know what that does. Draw. No, red. Oh. Same again. Got the E4 today in Bravely, I was gonna Bravely Default. Brilliant Diamond. Raising 8 mon, so I need to boot 2 from the team. Haven't started fighting them yet though. Well, good luck. Had to go. Alright, well. It's off. Fuck you. Give me your card. Trying to do so. Triple Triad in this game, NPCs hold card as a possible drop, but you have to win to get said possible drop. Sudden death, yeah, whatever. Well, this will be a draw, probably. A sudden death. Oh, and a swap. Who did I get? This card? Be worse, I guess. Give me the corner. Is it gonna be another sudden death? No. Can I have your card? Thank you. Jesus. Stingy ass. Alright. Quintus. The card. All the NPCs so far have taken forever to give up their fucking card. I mean, just winning a game gives me, like, a insignificant amount of casino coin. That's it. Until I get the card, which is just for glossary's sake. If you get every card in the game, you get a really rare mount, and not many people have, because getting every card sucks. Give me the Aether Current, kid. Okay. Back to story. Quintus card. Oh, the mount. Oh, it's a giant playing card. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I commend their bodies, the toll their experience have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in doing so invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh boy. Recommended, sufficient time. Settle down for a restful supper, what's about to go happen. And we're nearing the end of this act. Food.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge-rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it. And I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Too much seasoning. Just a little bit of
Perhaps
salt.
compared to what you're used to.
Uh-huh.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
Don't often have the luxury of choice. True.
Indeed, we can but do our utmost to unite these disparate peoples and lead them to victory.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Blue. Oh, there we go. I think I missed the first one. I figured something had to go wrong. Oh boy.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
Oh, but the...
What? Emperor Varus?
I was like, yeah, the Garleans, they're not by a radio and they don't have...
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero!
How the fuck?
My lord
God
has
damn it.
requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Oh boy.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short.
Experiment?
I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Dinner with the bestie.
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet.
Helmet?
Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
Oh god, what the fuck happened?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
This is such a pain in the ass.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate.
What?
Ah, exposition is in order.
Uh-huh.
The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course.
Uh-huh.
As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima.
Figured the primal was going to be anima. Saw anima in the trailer.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery.
Being sassy walk with a bottle of wine.
Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost his appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
Oh, is he gonna... Wait.
All together.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
How the fuck are we gonna undo this? What the hell?
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Holy shit. Okay. We'll fight as an unknown Imperial. We have a time limit. Fight or flight. Increase physical damage. Reduce physical damage. Okay. God, we're so weak. Oh, come on.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows.
Yeah.
Scurrying about like a rodent.
Tempered Imperials breathe his last. Back. Medkit. You may use medkits to restore depleted HP. While you can only carry a limited number, more can be found by inspected fallen soldiers or wrecked Magitech. Wait, do I not regen health? Oh my god. Covers your foes to give chase. Magic units are especially powerful, and your chances of beating them your current state are slim at best. Oh boy. A med kit, okay. But I don't even know where I'm going. Okay. Oh boy. Regen for 4 minutes. Sick. But yeah, that'll do it. Another med kit. I don't even know. Reach Camp Broken Glass. Okay, so I need to get out. Like, I'm just finding barriers. Oh, fuck. Let me out. Yeah, I figured as much. So much shit over there. Oh, but that's where I... How the fuck? God, I would love to have more direction. Other than just get there. Okay, with a clear path, you're gonna find the identification key and fuel. Of course, of course. Medical kit. Medical kit. We're gonna time out. I wanna fight you. Guess I don't have any choice, okay. Come on. Okay, so we can refuel it. Oh my god, but I'm carrying... Okay, I've got to say, the instances of this expansion so far have not been fun. I do not like stealth games, and that's all they have given me. The situation we're in is really cool, but I'm not enjoying myself. Inside this building over here. This guy. Okay. Bastard's got my hand. Take the key. Thank God. Not a fan overall this instance specifically. Yeah, I'm not. I'm having a time. Not a good time, but it is a time. Okay. God damn it. gun. Oh my god. Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. Oh. Okay. Crawl to Camp Broken Glass. Ah, yes! All the way there. That'll happen. Can I auto? No, I can't auto. These are falling off. Okay. Okay, that was the sound of no longer being in an instance. Thank God. Oh, I hated that.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
He can't have my body for long, like, logistically.
That's him. Over there.
Because... just thinking about, like...
So? Thou art struggling to perceive his presence?
Going to the next quest.
I am.
You would be locked in for a...
in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
can't lock you in everything you do in the game to this one quest,
Where
right?
have you been? We've been worried sick.
I'm wondering
No. All's
how
well that
this
ends well.
gets reversed.
Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Okay, that's cool. Hey, we made it. Enough, Xenos.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe.
Ritra. I was like, what am I looking at?
Is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
So I'm not dead yet?
I am pleased to report you are very much alive.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
It was neat, except for actually, doing the instant But what was the point? If it was a short timed thing, had to get both bodies back. So weird. Okay. You're certainly not, you're certain you're well? Got a place? No missing bits? Good, though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much, must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days to know. This ends now. Kind of pointless, what does that achieve for them? I was like, yeah, other than, like, we know they're just trying to cause chaos, as much chaos as possible, to kind of like strengthen, or at least Xenos, strengthen me, so they can, he can have the biggest, most ultimate fight with us, because that's how he gets his kicks. That's all he wants. And by causing as much suffering as possible, that's how he's gonna do it. But yeah, the body swapping thing, I don't know. It's very, very weird. Gateway of the Gods. Are you well enough to make your report? This anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does a depravity know no bounds? Now, I do wonder, he'd said beforehand whether our power is derived from body or soul. So maybe it was more, the whole thing was just answering that question? That it's body or soul? And I guess we answered being soul. If we got that far, was able to stop him at the last second. Just a really elaborate way of answering that. Seems not. More to the point, we can surmise the wave of aether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that there is the beating heart of Tlafroy's machination. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Liviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy, with tempered and enemy magitech. Or lousy? Like littered, rather? Furthermore, the road leading to its collapse has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in number. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The divisionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Lominsan delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Tlafroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suit of our Alamegan, Ul'dan, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Enceladium, a vast magitech manufacturing. In ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Tlafroid's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. And if it can carry that material, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. Must be our next dungeon. I know we're coming up on one. Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. We'll save the people of Garlemald and those who suffer the world over. I'll have my vengeance yet. It's time we end this once and for all. Bro, this is MSQ 83. We ain't ending this once and for all. We got a long way to go. Aye, there will be no more casualties of the Lafaroy's maniacal ambition. Quickly, can we enact this plan? Van Daniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even, assuming he didn't name the Tower Babel on a whim. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Zand used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and is ready to move at a moment's notice. I'm assuming when he says that, he's talking about Zodiark? But maybe there's something else. You're to proceed north to Forum Patents. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Aether current, yeah. And out there. Before I jump in the dungeon, that I'm assuming when I go walk out there, it's gonna immediately open the duty for him. Definitely gotta eat. But I do really like how this is going down. It's been a fun section, especially with Euless. I really enjoyed him. Even if he's now in, like, temper recovery hell. What the fuck are these? Automated cavalry. Oh, I thought it was way further in. Okay. Ravioli! The way into the tunnel is clear. We made sure of it. We should make sure to bring a coat instead. Wait, is she not wearing... Hold on. Oh. No, she's wearing her normal... Listen, Lise is not the brightest person. I'll warm up when I throw a punch or two. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of Dotharl. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone, should I be blessed to meet her this day. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. They're all in their normal clothes again. Okay. Hello, everyone. All set for battle, I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let's review our strategy quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Insuladium. We are to meet them there. We wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our divisionary force, and we sneak onto the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babel. If any, Tempered included, are injured, we, Zayla, will turn to them. Tend to them. Your signs was pressed on, no matter what. Should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our own ways to the Insuladium. See you there. That guy's level 90. Get away from him. Good to see you, Ravioli. We've heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you recovered and quickly enough to take part in the operation. At that, as you will have heard, we secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. A comrade from Linted Tears will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. This is everyone. Be good? Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Tlaforoy's leader. Should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Tlaforoy's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ashen, or anything else. Here, there's been enough of that. We came here to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do. Together. To the very end. Train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. Tower of Babel. Okay, just in case Q pops in like 2 minutes like the first dungeon did, I'm gonna run and do that before I queue up. Give me just a second. I'm gonna dip out and keep the music rolling. Okay. Oh, welcome back, lady. I figured you're doing something. Okay. Probably finish this whole act. You know, it's getting that time of night. Finish the whole thing. Push through. Dancer good enough. Okay. It's like, oh, okay, no Reaper in this one. Dancer it is. Mr. Garlemald, story-wise good. If not, kind of confusing as to why they did the body swap thing. The instance of the body swap sucked. That was awful. But I like the story anyways. They say 7 minutes. I need to go reset my retainers and shit. When we started stream 4 hours ago, they were at 20 minutes. And I never went back. Okay, level 81 retainer. I mean, I did it one shot. I still did not like it. I was worried I was going to have to do it multiple times. Oh! Alright. No resetting the squadrons then.
Now or never.
Was this gonna be the dungeon's music? Oh, I'm so ready. Give him a hen low, a lolly ho. Eat some cheese. Close position you. Who's a tank? You. Alright. Yeah, the music here is very good. It's definitely going on the list. There's people in all of these. Oh, okay. we stopping? Yep, okay. Your regen. There we go. Are we at the... God damn it, I just used tech step. Barnabas. That's a big boy. What you doing? Do we group up or no? This is one of those. I don't. One of the Alexander raids does that, and I have no idea what you're supposed to do. I've never been targeted. I just watch other people run around nervously. Like, whatever it is doesn't seem too important a mechanic. Please come to me, okay? Fuck. Oh, someone just typed equals. Okay, you can't start. You're putting equals and minus. Equals plus equals pull in. Bro, you tried, but you didn't help. I'm just gonna stand still. Yeah, I got no idea. It wasn't very deadly a mechanic, so it's whatever. Person in chat is trying to explain it, but the way they're typing it doesn't make any sense. Magnet rules. I mean, yeah, like, magnets do things, but it's still... There must have been a symbol somewhere that I didn't see during the entire fight. I don't know. It's just like the Alexander magnets. They're just kind of there. You don't really have to worry about them. You won't die because of the magnets. At least on regular. Alright. I always... Whatever. It cleared that fast enough. I always end up using Tech Step right before the boss. Downpour, green, chakrams, purple. Okay. See what that means. Soon enough, I'm sure. Chakram purple? I not stand on it? Or I don't stay. Okay, oh, you just gotta, okay. They gotta be small so they go above you. I understand. Okay. Okay. Downpour green. Frog. Oh, wait. Oh. Well, there goes my frog. The frog went away. I don't know why it went away. Because I touched it again. It was like, nope, undo frog. Wouldn't have expected that, considering that one you could just sit on, no problem. Oh, it's because I moved off for a second and back on. Okay. Oh, I didn't see it was a third one. Oh, it still worked out. Okay. I was like, wasn't he right behind me? This looks sick. Stopping everything. Just to get a neat picture. of a straight shot. Oh, but a treasure coffer. Interesting that Anima is a dungeon boss and not a trial. One more. Lunar nail. Okay. Cool. I fall off this? Ah, I see. Horrific roar tears at the fabric of reality. Okay. Anima's dimension. Alright. Oh boy. What, oh, it's chasing them. Okay. Get away from them. Got it. Okay, that was neat. Feeding on souls. Nail thing. Trying to remember. Oh, this was like a connect the dots situation or something. Okay, got it that time. LB that bitch. Go, Samurai, go. There you go. Alright, that was sick. I like that. Both dungeons so far have been incredible. Even Anima's saying glory be. What the fuck? Okay. Wind up Anima. Okay, there's a minion you can farm here, huh? God, what is the wind-up version gonna look like? Just small little clamshell horror? Oh, I got it too! Let's go!
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
I guess, oh, that's why it was saying glory be at the very end. So it was still... Did we even say it was still Varus in some... I guess those final words are to show that maybe he was deep down still in there somewhere, maybe.
Come. The other two await.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Oh boy.
Enough!
mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Alright, lots of picture time. This is cool as fuck.
Some manner of magical defense.
Kryl? But how?
Is it idling?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Hydaelyn, feeble relic of a forgotten age.
Called Hydaelyn old and crusty. Alright.
Victory is mine.
That one green seal.
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
It was the whole fucking castle a rocket?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thrones.
Is that what they were building?
Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate.
Of course. Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman, you monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
Okay, let's just warp to the moon. Got it.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him.
Oh?
Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Fandaniel said.
Only I can bring an end to his fate. Garlemald's fate. You know what? Yeah, I'm the one Xenos wants.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends and the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Like, oh, they just nonchalantly, like, yeah, we'll just head to the moon, it's fine. Oh, I might have got that. Well, too late. Like, it was the prospect of even being on the moon in general. Not kind of like... they seem pretty casual about just going to the moon. All the Tempered are affected. Ulysses and his comrades likely put up quite the struggle. Find a way to save them. We must. Only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. And we can all fly. In Garlemald. Or moon falling you as early as far as the other moon is fucked too. I mean, but it's going to it. How up can I look in first person? Trip to the moon. My apologies, I was lost in thought. Device is of elegant design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. Let us turn the task at hand. As Hydaelyn said, the flow of ether will transport you to Mare Lamentorum. Let's hope that this ally of hers can provide you the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith that you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go, beyond the sky. And there's gonna be a whole, like, settlement of people up there. Or a person, at the very least. To the moon, baby!
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
All the pictures. Hello? giant weep. God damn it. Do the pose. There we go. Oh, what the fuck? Hell no, die. Return I must. Why? Why? Lingering grief. Oh, I want. I need. Out with that one. God, this is so cool. What do you mean too far away? There we go. Alright, now I'm curious. I mean, I have the FC teleportation fees being reduced. I don't know the percentage. Tell me. 30%. So many are like 1,000 minimum. And that's with the 30% reduction. Jesus. I mean, they did say fees are gonna get pricey. My lord. You know what? I might actually set this as my home point. Because dying and warping here is probably the cheapest way to get here. Swap over to a blue mage real quick, hit self-destruct, go back to the moon for the price of free. Whoa. Okay. No steps echo through this looming spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. And there's a presence over there, apparently, too. Very curious about the, how are we breathing? Probably just gonna say the flow of ether or something. Moon magic, don't worry about it. Yeah, I feel like it'll just be, whoa. Okay. Preoccupied for quite some time. You good, Moon Man? You good? So all celestial bodies were made by Heidelin, not just also the prison. Like, I guess I just figured the planets themselves, but the moon too. Seven too many, yeah? Trying to free him before he's complete. The souls that they would otherwise be trying to restore. Keeping Zodark in prison is the right thing to do. I will aid you. Only resort to expelling them if all else fails. Like that one. Hi. Oh, this place is so cool. See you, Sorrow. Just confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feather touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Bear the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emotions that do not fade even with the passage of centuries. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. When, where, how long? Oh, there's a boss way back there. By the time I get there, it'll be done. Was it truly so long ago? Practice what you preach? Wait, there's no. Popped up. I want to warp. It's right there. Cactus. Especially if it's those moon cactus. Look at them. Look at the long boys. Yes. Yeah, massive, like, line-based attacks. Long attacks for the long boys. An A-rank queen thing here, huh? I've never done A or S rank hunts just in general. It's something I would love to do. Hey. Alright. The first of many for the moon. Assuming I've been watching Party Finder, like actually seeing people use Fate parties for the first time since playing this game. Buy materia and sell materia for big money when the first tier of raids drop. Huh. I definitely need... I'm always in need of money. I would like to... I probably will stop. I want to get blacksmith to 80 since I'm at 76 and some change. 77. Then I'm gonna stop taking all my money. We're happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, helped it grow with our will, our creation. But then, like, once I get enough money, I'm just gonna buy a rebel coat and get rid of all my money yet again. 30 to 60k per materia, goddamn. Every soul, a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make better, the star flourished as we did. Do you remember? As the whispers die, the final spirit fades. No shadows of times long lost remain around the drowning brand. I've seen this as a mount flying around. An unusually lustrous dog is gazing at you with what seems to be fond anticipation. It appears to be waiting for you to follow. Speaking of mounts and like minions and shit. In Old Garlean, the word anima means soul, though some philosophers have come to use it to refer to the hidden feminine side of men. Whether this explains why Anima's lower head appears feminine is debatable, but one thing is certain, no shins are safe from this mammoth's fist of fury. He's almost as tall as me. If I was minimum height, he might be taller. More text. Oh. Distract me with your feminine wiles and then strike when my guard is down. Okay. Follow the lustrous dog and try not to fall behind. There's a fate over here, though. Mantids on the moon. They look like Rayquazas from afar, kind of. How far are we going, dog? I want to do that fate. Alright. Doing that fate. Or people will run around at some point. Yep, the party is descending. God, I love experiencing fates like these. You're just a whole group of people descend, and you just don't have to think. You just spam your AoE. You're all done in like 2 minutes. think about, like, ether currents. Where are we going? To that guy? The dog silently regards the spirit that lurks near the brand. Yes. Might have to end. I don't know what the start of that said. I kind of wish I did. But he's doing AoE attacks. This guy's things were about to ruin my dialogue anyway. Final days taught us to fear a death forced upon us. Justice of duties and dreams left unfulfilled, the grief of unexpected parting, swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis. Such truth, yet no consolation. As the whispers die, the spirit fades. All is silent and still around the numbing brand. Follow it, try not to fall behind again. Okay. Hell is that? Regolith. Cactus. Got a fade over there? Like it. Oh my god, wait. Did that one just lift its leg up in the air? Is that one of their idle animations? Oh my god, they're incredible. You do fucking ballerina moves? I want this one right here to do it. Go on, don't be shy. Incredible. Perfection came crumbling down, such overwhelming despair in that moment we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained, gave our lives that others may live, gave ourselves to Zodiar. Our Lord and and savior. So kind as to step aside? Question mark. Soul of Azim. Hello. Not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. Thou meant you to have it. Seems surprised. Why might that be? There's a lot of reasons. Is it Hyplodeus? The receptionist at Bureau Secretariat, correct? Hyplodeus? Cannot believe I've yet had the pleasure. I guess because the one we know was of Emmett Selk's creation. This is from Zodiac themselves and not the illusion. Yeah, MSL created Shade My Likeness. All of Amaron, yeah. Yeah. That as Emmett Selk intended us to have the Azim that little crystal, but like how? But he's dead. I don't understand. Which would also that kind of also you can infer that after we fight Elidibus, the one Asm crystal drops from fucking nowhere. As we walk through the crystal tower. But how? How? I don't. Enos and Van Daniel are here. Wave apology, I'm sure that the shades hinder you no more. Elaborate on later. It mentioned that the souls bound to such by Zodiac haven't faded yet, so they're entirely dead. So all of the Ashens amongst the Sundered are none of them are fully dead, even with their souls in the crystal thingy. Their souls are still technically around since they're bound to Zodiac. But they weren't sacrificed to Zodiac, they were just thundered. I don't know. Thunder ones aren't tied to Zodiac. Well, yeah, that's why, like, I don't get it. I don't get how any of that adds up. Dog growls agitated. Cry havoc and let slip the dog of war. The fuck. Sure. Get the feeling it wants you to hop on, I guess. Thanks for map, I guess. Right, I guess all of it, I don't know. Semantics of definitions of random terms that keep going and I'll see.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise,
I was gonna say, weren't we supposed to stop him from breaking that and just like effortlessly pop?
deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. Powerful. Oh, so powerful. More so with every passing moment. Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes.
Yeah.
Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes. A taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief.
Okay.
Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
Oh, I had no doubt.
Such lofty aspirations. And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction. Wrong! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
So yeah, so all the souls don't want to be released early. And Daniel does.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
All I craved and more. Boundless power. Mine to command. I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos, but a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
Hey. The dark inside. What do you say? Consider each people who avoided being summoned by Eidolon. They were involved in the original Zodiac summoning. Okay, so I guess that's where. Okay, so the ones on the council that summoned Zodiac themselves, right? Sundered ancient people who were split by Eidolon, including you. Or already sundered in front of Azam, who was not present, right? Because Azam was like the shunned. The shunned council member. I get that right? Wild card who did whatever they wanted. Yeah. That's why his crystal was like the forbidden one. He wasn't supposed to get a crystal left behind to be passed on. It was just. Yeah. And Daniel was sundered. Made into an ash hand. Didn't accept the old personality, yeah. I gather that he didn't like OG Fandaniel, or I guess the Fandaniel before him. Don't necessarily know that it was OG, but the one prior. God, I can't wait to see. I hope we have some bullshit. At the very least, I am someone else's bullshit that's gonna come from these pillars of light. But it's so weird. We're having this fight. We're MSQ 83, and we are fighting Zodiac. Not MSQ 90, like you would expect. MSQ 83. It's a wild ride. Yeah, that was like, how are we... How is this happening now? I hate to ruin the moment. But I never got to reset my squadron. I don't think, right? It's like BRB, Fandaniel / Zodiac. I got a group of fellas that went on an expedition, I gotta make sure they're back to business. Okay, this group does not have the squadron roster. 2% chance to increase bonus skill when an aura is present. There are no aura with you. An active squadron member, there is a 10% chance to receive crafter scripts. Sure. That's more than what you currently got. Accompanying a thaumaturge, there's a 30%. Oh, keep that, probably. Accompanying someone of the same race. Lalafell. Do the materia. Back out you go. Oh, interesting. A whole map shape. Like, branches off to the side, too. Oh. The cactuses are back. Okay, I got errands tomorrow, so I sleep. Alright, lady. Have a good night. Like, this is the martyr. Yeah, this is the last of Act 2, so to speak. We'll be stopping after this. But yes. There we go. Is there enough people to finish this in 40 seconds, maybe? Does not seem like it. Close, but not quite. Alright. How to improg? There we go. who are our fellow warriors of light? Any frog people? No.
Establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will.
Oh boy. The Black Mage.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings.
Oh. Another one. Oh, okay. It was not a cone. Like the other one. Got it.
Malice, become flesh.
Okay. Back from Christmas party, have a nice buzz. Nice. Okay. Oh.
Will you live to see the end?
What is this stack mark? Oh, it's like a multi-hit stack marker? It's like that looked like there were a bunch of arrows tacked onto that one. Oh boy.
Soon my hold of a Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine! At last, I am
You can see like the
Zodiac!
unfinished bits. Okay.
The natural order overturned!
Wait. What's happening?
All in existence, bent to my will!
Spinning. Oh. Oh, okay. That's cool.
My life's work! My masterpiece!
So that happens. Got it. They have big green lasers. Get out the set.
How I've waited for this day!
Oh well, yeah, that's a rip. Healer's down. Oh, you can apparently fall off. That guy just jumped. Oh boy. That's something you gotta worry about too, I guess.
All in existence!
Okay, I'm curious here. He stayed in between his turn. Okay.
The end has come.
Like, please, I'm about to run out.
The marvels of circus were but playthings.
Alright, that one's just that whole half.
Malice, become flesh.
Okay. And the snakes. The center.
Will you live to see the end?
Paradema. Okay. To this corner. Oh shit, it was fuck. The purple one. I thought it was just side base. Color. Okay.
Soon my hold of a zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine.
All right.
At last, I am become Zodiac.
Okay, Paradema. And off to the side. Okay. Now this one.
The natural order overturned.
I don't know. Do we want to stand in it? I'm gonna stand here.
All in existence.
Gonna
Back to
turn.
my will.
Ah, turned the wrong way. I see.
My life's work. My masterpiece.
Well, let's see if we recover. Both healers are up.
How I've waited for this day.
And now they're not. Okay, so it turns. Let's see, he's there. turns 90 degrees. So this corner is gonna go there.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Yeah. Okay.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings.
Okay, purple is a half, right? Nope. First one is probably always scripted, though, I would imagine, just to show it to you. Okay, I see. Okay.
Malice, become flesh.
Snakes.
Will you live to see the end?
Paradema. What color is it? Okay. I understand.
Soon my hold over Zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine. At last, I am become Zodiac.
Right. Which way?
The natural order.
That's gonna go here. That's gonna go here. So I think if we stand here, am I?
All in existence, bent to my will.
Yeah. Oh no! I was just barely. Fuck. I didn't die.
My life's work, my masterpiece.
I had it right. I just wasn't far enough. Okay. Down the center. In the center.
How I've waited for this day.
Oh. God damn it. Okay.
All in existence, bent to my great cataclysm, faithfully recreated.
I was like, yeah, he chooses a corner for that.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings.
And I would love to see this, the extreme version of this fight. Because learning this normal is reminiscent of every extreme I've ever learned.
Malice, become flesh.
Paradema.
Will you live to see the end?
Nice. Okay, Paradema. Paris.
Soon my hold over Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine! At last, I am become Zodiac.
Okay. What direction?
The natural order overturned.
Okay. I believe we're good here, because that will go that corner, that will go that corner.
Bent to my will.
Yes. Okay, the two that were wrong at least didn't die.
Life's work, my masterpiece.
Okay. Big smash. Pay attention to what corner he's. Oh, okay. Esoteric Ray. Okay.
How I've waited for this day.
To the corner. All right. Making things happen. Which direction? Shit.
Great cataclysm, faithfully recreated.
Okay, astral eclipse, but not made it this far. What's happening?
From broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn. Will you live to see the end?
I think I might understand what that is, but Jesus. To get to the... I think it's the dots on the ground. Follow. Here you go.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings. Shall be complete! Mine! All mine!
Alright. See if we can get to the stars again.
At last! I am become Zodiac! The natural order overturned!
Okay, well.
All in existence! Bent to my will!
These should still be fine up there, too. Yeah.
My life's work! My masterpiece!
The stars.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame.
Okay, I see ya there, and then center,
All shall
and then
bow.
corner.
Will you live to see the end?
Oh boy. Well. Let's see what happens after that. More turning.
All in existence.
There's no
bent to my
healers
will.
up. Or anyone with the res.
Will you live to see the end?
Alright. What? No. Unless... Let's see. Boat abandoned. Motion to abandon duty rejected. Yeah. Now you're trying to give up.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
So there's definitely someone here who would rather give up than learn.
The
Clearly.
marvels of circus were but playthings. Malice become flesh. Will you live to see the end?
Nice. You're just gonna need to do that after the stars again.
Soon my hold of a zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine. At last, I am become Zodiac. The natural order overturned.
As long as you're on this half, you're good.
All in existence, bent to my will. My life's work, my masterpiece. For this day.
Everyone make it through. Yup, okay. Alright, snakes. Turn. Like here? Okay. I think this one, the harder one, because it's off center. Oh.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn. Will you live to see the end?
Alright, but hopefully we can get this.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
And I don't know what DPS left. They're weak.
The marvels of circus were but playthings. zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine!
Need water.
At last, I am become Zodiac.
Oh shit. I just saw green.
The natural order overturned.
Yep, this is mine.
All in existence, bent to my will.
That one, they're not fine. I mean, they might live. They live. Okay.
My life's work, my masterpiece.
Down the center. Ah, shit.
How I've waited for this day.
Okay. Snakes. Gonna turn.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Ooh.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated.
So far, the dots have seemed like they're all the same.
Skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn. Will you live to see the end?
Survive this. No. Come on, it's not that hard. Okay, clearly we need
All in existence, bent to my will. Will you live to see the end?
all right.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
Hopefully, with the dots marked, we can survive.
Marvels of circus.
To live the stack and continue on. Everyone clear that. Oh, one person got clipped, but
soon my
far, so
hold
good.
of a Zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine.
Oh.
At last, I am become Zoya.
Alright. 90-degree time.
The natural order overturned. All in existence, bent to my will. My life's work, my masterpiece.
The big lasers, right? Oh, this first. Then the big lasers.
How I've waited for this day.
Going to the corner. Alright, and then this one. I believe here should be good.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Yes. We're all alive, we're all alive, let's go.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame.
Alright, the markers.
All shall burn.
Let's go.
Will you live to see the end?
Alright, we made it. Here. Wait. We're in. Yeah.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Okay, either one worked. As long as they're at this bottom half.
Will you live to see the end?
Oh, I don't have a shield for this one. Oh, that's... Okay, that's kind of mean.
I have no need for restraint.
Alright, new thing. What is this? Okay, understandable, understandable. Godly thing never notify you in time. Damn. Okay, I think here?
I will! Will you live to see the end?
That's the okay. Okay. Now what we doing? Triple. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Lots of shit happening.
Live to see the end?
Oh boy. We have 2 people down right now. 1 healer. And there goes the healer. Well. Damn, this. This is intense. Jesus. I will be over soon. Yeah, we have 11 minutes. All right. Well, the mechanics are there. We just gotta survive.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
If this group doesn't do it, I'm just gonna go to bed. We'll do it on Monday. I don't want to wait in another long queue for this, especially this time of night.
The marvels of circus were but playthings. Malice become flesh. Will you live to see the end?
Right.
Soon my hold of a zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine. At last, I am become Zoya. The natural order overturned!
Bottom
All
half.
in existence!
Good.
Bent to my will! My life's work! My masterpiece!
Lasers.
How I've waited for this day!
Oh. How many people just died? Just one? Okay.
All in existence! Bent to my will! The great cataclysm, faithfully
All right.
recreated! From broken skies fall tears of flame!
We technically can just stay
All
here.
shall burn!
Right? Oh, one of them just died.
See the end.
There's a healer too. Oh boy. Here. Get on this half, and we're good.
All in existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end?
Okay, that's the half. Oh, but it, oh shit. The Adika punches.
I have no need for restraint.
Okay, the cones. Alright, snakes in rotation. I think here-ish, or,
All in existence,
let's see.
bent to my will!
Sick.
Will you live to see the end?
Got a shield up. God, okay. That's such a mean combination. You too, Rin. Godly Phoenix had the same issue. Just now sent the notification out to people. Gotta love Twitch. Doing wonderful things. Working perfectly. How's MSQ going? Good. I've been in this fight for a very long time, though. I think that's the following. Okay. We're good.
Bent to my will.
We are not good.
Will you live to see the end?
Shield, 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 shield. Oh. Okay. So yeah, this is our last. Oh, we have a 1 minute left. I ran in. Fuck. I screwed that up majorly. Had 30 seconds left anyway, but damn. It is very intense. It's akin to like learning an extreme. That's the first time I've ever actually ran down the timer of anything. My lord. Never hit timer before. Which I think, what, it was an hour? An hour grind with nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. If we had time left, that would have been the run, I think. Well, we kind of died at the end, but the lobby seemed to have learned enough, got the information to get the W. But going for 7 hours, it already being 2 a.m. I wanted to finish this act, since this is the final quest of said act, but with another big queue at 2 a.m. I'll just save it. Work back to my house. Okay. But that's gonna be it. Thank you for joining me tonight. I do very much appreciate it. Those of you who only just now got here because Twitch only just recently notified you. Sorry. Twitch is a well-oiled machine, clearly. But I will be back at it on Monday. With more of this, we'll do SMT5 on Tuesday. Starting with that fight. That should be fun. To open a week. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Have a good night, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. See you Monday.
Don't leave me. Don't leave me! Father!